Okay, there we go. Hello. Good day. So yes, every time I start this game back up, I'm like, oh, will this be the time I finish the game? I don't know if today will be the day I actually finish the game. I I am not actually planning on probably finishing it today. I am planning on and the genre of Tunic is Elefantasy. Oh, that sounds good. Let me make a note of that. I mean, in the genre of Tunic, is it like in the same genre of Tunic in the way that Tunic is the genre of Outer Wilds? Like Knowledgevania kind of thing? Uh, anyway, sorry, I get easily distracted. uh, but yeah, I plan on doing, like, I want to go through and translate the text. It's like all the translating I want to do on stream. So I'm like, okay, I can probably gonna start off by translating more of the things that I have screenshots of. Other than that, though, like, I don't really have, like, I didn't end last stream with any leads on what else to do, and I thought on it overnight, and or, well, I guess last few days, and I haven't really come up with any solutions. So, like, I don't know. So I definitely am perplexed on what to do, like how to get past that barrier. Yeah, if I need to, I'll ask it. So what I figure is, it's silly of me to feel stuck when I know that I can translate things and I just haven't yet. Like, all of the things to translate that I found, I should be translating. And then if after that I'm still feeling like I don't know what to do, then I might ask for hints. But I don't think I will. Also, Kerr, for the record, the solutions the big barrier that seems to say BLV in front of it, but yeah, I figure I might as well translate first. So, I guess I'll click continue. I could leave it on the menu, honestly. I guess it depends on where we want music to. But I kind of like the main menu music. It's pretty chill. So I'll probably leave it here, unless someone has if someone has a request of an area to hang out in, then I'll go there. But otherwise, I'm just gonna leave it here, I think. Alright, let's pull up this. Yes! What is your request? Okay. Yeah, whenever you want me to switch areas, let me know. So that's the last one we did. Let's start dragging some screenshots in. I guess I didn't finish removing this stuff. Alright, we've got those. Alright, we've got that prepped. That's looking good. Oh, what font were we using? I think we were using small font. No, we were using press start is the name of it. The room with this text, yeah. Yeah, we'll switch locations in a second. Okay. In the artwork, so the letter that I don't think that I have is the first one. So what is in the artwork? Let me look at my notes really quick. Yeah, so I have it noted. I have the second letter listed as W. God, I don't think I noted why, like where I was, where I noted these. I probably should have. I have the second one listed as W. I have the third one listed as Y, which is the one that I think is from the temple. Because there's a Y in the temple that's next to the 3 dots. But the temple... Maybe the temple has 2. Because I think, the 4th letter I have is A, and that's probably the submerged Forgotten Room. So it is just the artwork that I think I'm missing. Okay, let me move these. I accidentally put that text directly on there. Oh well, whatever. In the artwork? What is the artwork? I do have more to translate, yeah. In the artwork, though, hold on. Is the artwork like the title screen or something? The title screen only has the alpha, right? So I don't... It's probably not that. What other artwork is there? Oh! Oh! I wonder if it's the artwork, Oh, okay, hold on. That screenshot's of those two. So let us go... I don't know why I was going left. Let's go right. We are going to go to the room. We might be able to input this. I have screenshots of the artwork. You know what? I don't want to go hold the screenshots. This will be more fun. We will go... Since we're gonna, like, go to the input room anyway, let us go to the artwork. And then after we go to the artwork, we'll go to the input room. Okay, so let's look in these and see if any of these have a letter in them. Oh, you know what? I wonder... Okay, so this one has a word in it. I'm wondering now. I'm just gonna translate. Like, this is very small. So, let's see here. This is just, what's that? F-I-R, first, F-I-R-S-T, yeah, so first, first is M. M! Okay. M, as in Mancy, exactly. That's a show I haven't watched in forever. I think I watched, assuming you're referencing Archer, or if you're just saying that, but that was like a joke in Archer too. But I watched like the first, what, 2 or 3 seasons of Archer, and then never watched anymore. Okay, to remember how to get back to the input room. I think it's this room, so we have to go here. So notably, none of the, oh, in the sand tower. Never mind. I was gonna say none of the hints were to the letter, like, to the W I had, but that's because I just was ignoring it for some reason. Imagine doing this area without taking damage. Why did I do that? Oh my god, you... Why? That's the dash, right? Have I not gotten rid of all dashes? Stop. How was that not right? Okay. So we have the letters as M, W, A... M, W, Y, A. I feel like is correct. Let me go reference my screenshot. I think I do have a screenshot of the text in the sand area. Let me go reference that really quick. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm just looking at my screenshot really quick of the sand area, and it's 2, so presumably second letter, and then it is the W symbol. So yeah, second letter is W. Y is the one in the temple. And then A is the one that is the 4L, which is at the bottom of the temple, which is in the submerged room. Hmm. I assume this is the weird stand. And, like, I'm pretty sure this game does not have the option for me to rebind keys, so I don't think I can rebind A. Maybe it does. Hold on. Okay. This is gonna be really awkward, because I technically don't have this bound to my controller. So, we're just gonna use dashes. No jumps, only dashes and grapples. Wait, did that do something? What was that popping sound? There was a popping sound, right? Yeah, I also heard a plink. Yes, I do have Y. Yeah, I also heard the plink. And I do have Y bound, but that's why I was unequipping booster, because Y was bound to booster. So, I think we're good. I mean, the plink had to mean something. Like, that... But what did the plink mean? Okay. The plink has not happened a second time, so I do think it's like a single time thing. So I think it's happened. Whatever it is, I think has happened. But where's the passage? Okay, let's turn these back on. And let's, I think there's actually a save point in the room right next to me. Let's go and save and rebind our jump button, because I would like to jump. Okay. So we did something. We plinked. Plinked it. Did that open the gate? Maybe that opened the gate. Okay, now we gotta remember where the heck that gate room was. Okay, that area was... Is that the one by the temple? Maybe. Let's go to the temple one? I don't remember. Actually, let's go save at the save point that's next to a portal, so that if I want to change where I am, it's really quick. Alright, was this the right room? Yes. Well, nope. That didn't do it. Where do we believe? Or BLV, but I don't know what else BLV could be. What could we have opened? Did we translate this yet? What is this? Let's see, something of... something. Hold on. This is probably easy enough to translate as we go. Let's check. Let me just pull up my translation stuff. Where did I put it? Here it is. Okay, so that's, C-H-A chamber? Chamber of... what? Is that an M? Yeah. Chamber of M-W-Y-A-H? M-W-Y-A-H. M-W-Y-A-H. That's not a word, right? M-W-Y-A-H. Mwa? Chamber of Moi? Moi? Hmm. And that's all that says. Okay, well... what does that mean? M-W... Okay. The Chamber of Moi has not helped us any. What the heck did we open? Okay, so somewhere we opened a passage. But the problem is, I don't feel like there were any, like, definite closed passages to us. There was the room with the pink square. Okay. Room with the pink square. That was by the starting area. Oh. There's also the room down here. Hold on. Just while I'm here. Okay, nothing here. I don't need to input the code here, too, do I? Is that a thing? Like, are all of these pink... Like, what if that's what these pink squares represent? These are inputs areas. Would it be the same code? I feel like it would be weird if it's the exact same code, right? Hmm. Okay, where else could there be something that opened? Hmm. Let me look at my screenshots really quick and see what I still had to translate. Oh, there was some text next to the key, like the second key we found. So we can translate that. So let's go back to that, let's go back to that one room. We'll go back to the room we put the code into for the ambiance there. Did we ever come here? Well, hello. I feel like two cool persons are watching me. Oh, that... I was not done exploring that room. That was rude. So, I mean, it looks like this room would be accessible from the other side? How? How does that work? Above it is the boss room. To the right, I don't remember what room that is. Oh, I haven't figured out what I want to put here, so thank you. Thank you for the bit. It's interesting, this, part of why I'm still here, this is doing the slowdown effect. There's like a slowdown that this game does when you get close to a gap. And as I get low to here, it does that slowdown, which makes it seem like there's a gap right here. But maybe that's a gap that you're only supposed to come through from one side, like it could be that... It could be that this space right here is a gap, but you have to stand on it from there and then you fall down. So, like, you probably come into this room from, like, this side somehow. Unless you're supposed to swim down through that acid and then go right. Which I guess is possible. I will be right back. I need to go get a drink. Okay, I'm back. Oh my gosh, it's Bjorto. Hello, Bjorto. Bjorto, did you finish your 100%ing Frogger last night? Oh, you got all the gold? Oh, right, because you didn't get the finished level, the levels. Yeah, all gold frog's pretty good. I did mean all gold frogs. I forgot that, like, you don't have to 100% to get them all. Another horrible broken 1-bit cutscene. Nice. Okay, we are going to AFK here while we do some translating. Because I did find some more things to translate. So, I still don't know what I opened. I don't know what the dink means. Let's see. I'm sorry, I don't know what the plink means. I'm a dink. Yes, Bjorto, I entered cheat codes, so don't, you know... So... That's a thing. Just don't worry about it, I have cheat codes going on. I mean, I used, Cheat Engine. Is that the thing people use? Cheat Engine? I think that's what it's called. No, not Game Shark. Although Game Shark does sound way more fitting for this game. Cheat Engine, I think, is the thing that people use. It, like, modifies hex values of things. Or whatever. Memory values. Yes, Game Genie. We need some Game Genie up in here. It could be. It's possible. I probably, like, most likely will not stream all 5 days. But it is possible. Um, I do have, unless somebody calls out of work, I do have the next 5 days off. Because, it is our slow season at work. Like, so I work in pharmacy, for anyone who doesn't know. And, spring, like, basically, we're at this weird lull point that happens every year, where, it's not a primary immunization time. And, and whenever it's not primary immunization time, it's basically considered lull time in the pharmacy. So, that's like, basically from about now until, usually July sometime, like mid-July or late July. That time is, like, considered, like, a lull time, so, like, 5 months. And, so because of that, corporate pharmacies tend to budget cut quite a bit. So, they, like, I mean, this kind of, like, works out with people wanting to go on vacations and things. But I tend to have so much available time off that I never take normally, that, I basically was like, yeah, if you need to figure out how to do budget stuff, feel free to just give me extra days off, and I will put in for time off during that, because I don't really want to go to work ever. So, I am enjoying the benefits of that right now. But that does kind of mean, like, I'm somewhat on call, so to speak. Like, if someone else calls out, they'll probably ask me to come in, and I'll probably say yes, because that's, yeah, like, money's good. That's how I accrue all the said paid time off that I accrue over time. See, that's like that is the thing. Money is money's the thing. I hate money. I do like, goods and services, and therefore I like accruing the money to spend on the goods and services. I don't really like money for itself, though. And honestly, I wish it would, it'd be cool if it'd be like, oh, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. It certainly is a convenient placeholder. Okay, that's a good one. I'm gonna try. No, I'm not. I was gonna try just writing the text directly on it again, but I don't want to do that. Are you kidding me? This is the terminal that has to do with that?
So it is a name.
I literally just left. God damn it. Yeah, mwah. Mwah. It's the, I assume, demon. Maybe it's not a demon. The spirit of kissing. Mwah. Mwah. Like, did you ever play, mwah. Mwah. No, you ever play, like, Breath of the Wild, The Great Fairies? Or Hollow Knight, Salubra's Blessing. Just big ol' smoochy. Big ol' smoochy ghost. Held right of the watery arena. Is this trying to tell me where to get to? Mwah. Like, is this saying the road is blue because there's the blue blocks? Are there blue blocks above it? No, because blue blocks are laser ones. It's not blue blocks, it's, Yeah, 2 months is a long time. It's red blocks. That is hell, right? H... H-E... Oh no, that's not held. Why did I write held? Head. Head. You know why I wrote held. It's because every time I see the A character, I always think it's a L. Like my brain is just like, oh yeah, that's an L. Duh. You know what L's look like. You fool. Alright, head right of the watery arena. The road is blue. I don't understand the road is blue part, but head right of the watery arena probably means, like, moi, because they're right of the water sector. I just don't understand what the road is blue means. Also, what the hell are the 3 artifacts? Do I need to finish doing the stuff at the temple? Is it like the 3 orbs? Do I need to finish killing No? I believe that's the name. I've never watched the thing that No is from. No? The ghost spirit? No? Is it called No?
Are you... No face?
Oh, like, that one boss that I haven't beaten because it's really hard to fight. People were saying it looks like...
It looks like No Face from Spirited Away?
Oh, I thought it was just called No, like N-O-H.
I think it's No Face.
Oh, well, I don't know. Anyway, the point is... I'm wondering if that's what the artifacts are. Like... I don't want to finish that fight. That fight is terrible. That fight is so bad. And I've yet to find a way to cheese it, unlike every other fight I've encountered. Is there a cheese? That's a real question, actually. Like, you don't have to tell me what it is, but since so far most bosses seem like they've had a cheese, does that terrible boss with the 3 orbs, does that boss have a cheese? I guess Kerr might not know, since Kerr's not familiar with that area in general, but... Wait for good RNG. So, oh, Kerr, that reminds me, so you missed... You were not here when I beat the 4 Pillars boss. So you didn't go back and watch that fight at all, right? Yeah, so, I know that you know which boss it is, but because you didn't watch it, you don't know how I beat that boss. I discovered... I discovered a like, quick kill method to killing that boss. And basically ignored the whole fight. It was very satisfying. I was very thrilled that I did not have to actually fight that boss the normal way. Big fan. A++. All bosses should have quick kills. Ooh, indeed. It was very... Man, when I first did it, when I first realized I could do something in that fight, I was, pretty happy. I'm still just staring at this text because I'm like, I don't like what this text means for what I think it means. Let me check if I have other ones. I think I might have one more terminal. Let me go check my screenshot folder. Okay, so we have, two... Oh, no, that's a duplicate. I already translated that. We have one more to translate. Let's go ahead and do that really quick. As far as what other leads we have, we basically have 0 other leads, which is, one of the things I'm not happy about. I'm not necessarily confused. I'm thinking over what the last translation I did means. I was pondering and not liking the conclusions I was drawing. Hello, Minish. Also, if the water drops end up being a code, I am not gonna be happy. I just realized while doing this that the water drops in this room are like... They make sounds based on what they hit, and they all hit different things. And if that's a thing... That was my least favorite thing in The Witness. Like... Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Okay, let's, move these. Yes, that is exactly what I'm referring to, Bjorto. That puzzle, like... Literally the worst puzzle to ever be put into a game. I did not look it up. I did, however, so Minish and I played through The Witness kind of together, so to speak. We played it separately, but then on the, like, end stuff, we kind of bounced ideas off each other. And I proposed my theory, so we were both kind of stuck on it. And then I had a theory on how to solve it, and proposed it to Minish, who is much better at, hearing things and whatnot, and Minish came up with the whole... Like, they actually did do the solution. But, I consider that one team effort, even though I did the least amount of work. I also almost put these in the wrong order. I accidentally dragged one of the layers over the other layer and didn't notice it, so that would have been awkward. Oh, I did that after. Never mind. I intentionally dragged it over that so that I could line this up a little better, and then I forgot that I did that. Classic. Did I ever beat Music Box? No. No, I did not. There's literally 2 things I have left to do in that whole game, and the 2 things are directly related to that. Because it is that, and then the thing that, you know, a lot of people hate, that I don't think would honestly bother me that much, but the thing that comes after that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the puzzle comes after that. Easy peasy. I don't understand. So this is just more about moi, right? Okay, so is moi like the next big thing? Hmm. Okay, so like, we have... If I have anything left to translate, I'm actually not sure what it is off the top of my head. That was the last thing in my screenshots folder. Mwah. Mwah. You guys, what are you doing? Calm yourselves. They do not like moi. No, they are moiless. the easiest way to get to Moi? Probably here.
The Chamber of Moi.
Chamber of Moi. Because this way we just go down and left. Okay, I have a question that I guess is a real question, because, you could make an, I don't know, maybe this is too much stuff. Maybe it shouldn't be a real question. I guess it's speculation, or like... So that's what I'm thinking of. So I don't know if I guess I really have a question. More of just, since I know that stuff was added after the game was, like, done. Like, there's, like, a post-game thing. Is this stuff that was added, like, then or late? Like, God, the road is blue. Like, this isn't red. Or this isn't blue. This is, like, red. So this is not added stuff. Because the whole reason I was wondering about the added stuff is because of what the 3 artifacts means. Because... the 3 artifacts I was interpreting to be from the 3 artifacts I was interpreting to be from the ship, but I don't know if that's actually true or not. If that's not true, then I'm not sure what it is. Granted, for all I know, they changed stuff. Like, some games do that. Like, maybe this area wasn't added, but then they changed something about doing stuff in this area. Like... okay, the road is blue. Hey, I wanna go up here. I guess let's just stall here for a second. Okay, the road is blue. So... maybe that was a hint to follow these pipes down. Like, a lot of things reference the blue road. So, like, this is blue. Yeah, Kerr, the thing I was, like, starting to think, though, like, it's possible things are changed. Like, I don't need actual answers or anything, but, like, using Hollow Knight as an example, like, Hive existed, but then an update added a boss to Hive that was just not there, so, like, things changed about it. Like, it's possible that this existed, but then things involving this changed. So... if I go here... Aww. I mean, the computer here just says, like... oh my god, I have to read this again. Something of... moi. The heck is that first letter? That first letter is one of the ones I hate. Chamber. Chamber of Moi. Oh, are you talking about the one that says you're missing something? Yeah. This area notably has, like, the little things right here. I'm not sure what the quickest, Oh, good point, Bjorto. I completely forgot about T/F holo. I mean, I think a lot of people don't really put enough credit into T-Folo. Okay, is it faster to go to this warp point? I feel like it might be. So, we do have an idea. We have, you know... we have an idea about, not this area. About, oh my gosh, what was I thinking? I was thinking a thing a second ago. I mean, I have a lot of ideas. One idea is that I still don't understand what these pillars... Like, these pillars seem like they're significant. I don't know why these pillars would be significant, though. Like, this is the, this is like the second or third time we've seen pillars that are in these, like, heights. Which almost makes me think there's some sort of reason for the heights. We also don't know what to do. Like, here's more similar pillars, but these ones are just not in heights. These ones are scales, which seems like it might be one of these mysterious artifacts. Like, maybe that's one of the 3 artifacts. Give me your artifacts. May I have it, please? I'll take that as a no. Worth trying, though. You know, you would think you could just peace out into space, Bjorto. Unfortunately, there's the perforated lines of doom. You see those little perforated lines? If you try and cross the perforated lines of doom, you just die. It's very rude. Well, it looks like progression, except for this. I don't understand. The thing that annoys me is that anytime I try and go through here, I die, and dying takes me back pretty far. Like, I don't feel like I can try things as much, because I don't want to just restart. Like, I don't want to go back to that room. But, like, I feel like I have to go back to that room, but, like... Why Zote Laser indeed, Lorgan Zotebot. I am gonna do something. I'm gonna do something that's gonna annoy me, but I think is gonna be important for my sanity. Yeah, it's not that long. I think, it was mostly the needing that cutscene, like, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where, like, sometimes people like driving a longer route if it has less stoplights, because they don't like waiting at stoplights. Like the part of your brain that just wants to be doing something. So every time I had to go there, like, I don't mind the trip going there, but having that little cutscene play every time is, like, super annoying. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever play Dark Souls. I played a little bit of, like, Demon Souls when it originally came out, because a friend of mine had it. But I don't know. I like the idea of Dark Souls, but I don't like the, it seems like it has just a lot of unfunness. Like, I'm fine with challenge. Yeah, at least you could skip the dialogue. Like, skipping the dialogue was nice, but it definitely would be preferable if you could skip the little intro cutscenes. That's probably one of the reasons I don't want to go back and fight that one boss too, because like it has a pretty long starting cutscene. Alright, we can't just walk through it. Even if we believe. I did try dashing through it the first time. I guess maybe we'll try. Maybe it's like a case of the, what the heck was it? That trigger zone thing? Like, maybe it's a case where I, have to dash right up against it. For what it's worth, since you can't see, I did attempt to type in the BLF that was in, like, because this looks like a B, this looks like an L, this looks like an F. I did try that. It did not work. I also tried, well... Let me go... I was gonna say I also tried to put in the BLF in the, with that one red square that I'm wondering is an input square. But I realize in hindsight that technically I think I put in BLV. So, let's go... here. See, this also gets me. This looks like the little squares, like there's something secretly really important here. Okay, I didn't do anything either. Well, we got no plinks or dinks from this. Alright. Okay, I guess kind of real question, and by kind of I mean this is a real question so that I'm not doing something really stupid. Is it gonna be an issue, like, because grapple is a button, if I'm attempting to put in a code somewhere? Like, obviously jump was an issue because it takes me off the platform. And, like, dash is an issue because I'm dashing away from the platform. But, like, grapple wouldn't be an issue, right? Because I'm still on the platform. Like, is that a thing? I'll assume I'm fine. Do I need to type okay? No. Is K secretly another letter? No. Because, like, O is B. But I don't think that's another letter. Ooh, the entire script of B movie. Good idea. Like, this clearly seems like it's an input that has to do with that area, right? Because that's why they both have the crystals. Like, the crystals... The crystals match! That's my thoughts. You know, I gotta say... TOS... Is it because Buttspot is like a, Oh, did somebody either set a message and it was repeating a message that it wasn't allowed to be repeating? Or is it because, like, some sort of self-botting issue? Because, like, I'm surprised that, Oh, no, it's Pup Time is one that does self-botting. Never mind. So with Buttspot, I assume it's just that somebody set an illegal word. That being said, I'm surprised Buttspot at this point wouldn't have a really large filter on what you're not allowed to set. Like, it's not that difficult, quote unquote. There's a lot of quotes here. To set up a pretty strong regex system that, like, looks for pretty much every form of bad, like, stuff you don't want people repeating. And I say it's not that difficult because a lot of this is, like, online. Like, you can find pre-made regex for that. Yeah, it's difficult if you don't know regex. And it's difficult, like, to set up a good one. It's not that difficult because, I mean, you can go into communities and ask for help with it, and people will help you. And, like, it's also a case of, like, the code exists. Like, people have put code out there for it before. So I guess not all pink blocks can be input blocks, because this, I mean, there's pink blocks in here, and these are obviously not input blocks. I guess I should look into how to pause the Buttspot redemption, on account of I can't set Buttspot words right now. Yeah, I'm not typing in the B movie anyway. Okay. We got a plink. The plink was supposed to open away. So somewhere something opened. But, like, where? Where did it open? I thought it was going to open in the, that area, but that didn't seem to be the case. I will consider it. I'm just like trying to think of where even there could be something that could have opened. Like we didn't have any doors. It's not like something in the temple, is it? If I want to disable it, I have to do it. I guess I could look at that really quick. I assume that's in the reward request. Edit rewards. That looks like it probably brings up a whole nother page. Okay, well, paused is good. Hopefully Buttspot comes back anyway. Give a bird a treat. Okay. You are not a bird. You calm yourself. Oh, now there's a— hold on, excuse me. Both of you. Okay, first Oliver. No, you are not— only one of you is Oliver. Only one of you.
Do you need
No.
help, Ryan?
Oh. Aha, Oliver got one. Okay. Okay, and now a Zag, no. Zag, get the tree. Oh my god, Zagreus. No, not the fingertips. Zagreus, why? There you go. Yeah, I saw that. It's very funny to me that didn't have that. Treat giving speedrun. It's a good idea. What about the room with the X? When's the last time we went there? Where is that room? That's a room that's notable. I think it's this way. Yeah, the room with the X? Why do you say that with question mark? How is the room with the X not constantly in your mind? Like, that room is always what I'm thinking about. Yes, that X. The big X that's clearly marking this room. It seems very important that somehow still hasn't come up and has been relevant yet. Yeah, it is 2 rooms with okay. I know, that's, like, this is part of what, like, gets me. This is the only terminal, as far as I can remember, that after you, like, use the terminal, it, like, puts a message for you on it, too. Like, this seems, there seems like there's something going on right here. Okay, so, like, I get that in the, that one room, somehow, Oliver, what are you doing? No, you do not need my plate from Bagel. That's my plate. Ah. I get that, the fact that the text says belief, or whatever, and, somehow that is, in fact, it's a secret hint. Like, there's somehow some sort of secret hint with that. But I don't understand what it could possibly mean to, like... I don't know what believing in yourself means from a game mechanic. The only thing I would get it to mean would be, like Indiana Jones or something, where they're like, oh, you must believe, like you walk like an invisible path, because the path's not really invisible, but you, like, think it is. Like... But I don't know which message you're referring to. No, I'm referring to the fact that, like, Kerr has, you know, mentioned believing a bunch, and the wall in the room with the laser says BLF. Like, belief. Or Bulf. I did try, in that room, inputting BLF, and nothing happened. Oh, well, that's interesting. Wait, what's interesting? What? Wait, what are you saying is interesting? Not how I interpreted that at all. Not how you interpreted what at all? What am I? I feel like I'm missing part of this conversation. What? Okay, hold on. We're going back to the room. There's not, like, a door that opened here. Okay, real quick, before I go back to the room, I just want to make sure. Okay, I don't think anything else could have popped up here. Like, this also feels like it should be something, these, like, 4 graves, where one of the graves kind of spirals. Like, that seems like it should be important. But I don't understand what to make of that either. Oliver. Oliver, no, you are not going on the keyboard. Move, 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 move your big burp body. Okay. What could it mean to believe? You believe in me, yes. But yeah, this looks like a B. Like, if we imagine that, like, this looks like the language, those letters only match up with a few letters that we have. Like, it's a weird way of writing it, but, like, this would have to be B. This would have to be L. L is the only letter that, like, even remotely looks like that. And that would have to be F. This room also has, like, a lot of sound effects going in on it. I don't know if those sound effects mean anything. I don't know why they would mean something. Lasers do hurt. It's interesting, I think it shows up on stream. It's interesting that this little star right here is visible, like, through the wall. I did try being AFK here. Assuming that's why you're saying meditate under Wedget. Oh my god. It's a clue to type into the Declaration. We must steal the Declaration of Independence. That's an idea. What do you mean 2 weeks ago I would have solved this? What? How? What was I doing differently 2 weeks ago that I'm not doing now? What? I'm so confused. Are these supposed to be, like, coordinates? Like, maybe this isn't language. Maybe that's why it doesn't perfectly match to letters. Is it because I thought it was language? I didn't mean to hit that button. Torny is in the other room right this minute, but when she comes back, I'll have her look at the screen. The only thing I can think of is that now I'm thinking it's letters, but, like, maybe it's not supposed to be letters. And that's throwing me off. Because it doesn't perfectly match letters. I mean, it matches, like, if you were to say it's, like, a different font for the same language, but it doesn't perfectly match. What could I be seeing here? Wait, is it just supposed to be some of my abilities? Hold on, is it... Maybe those are the only 3 abilities I can have? Those kind of match up. Like, they don't... I don't think they perfectly match up, but they mostly match up. Oh my gosh, there's a dandy. Hello, dandy. Okay, so Torny is here. So it was suggested that if you looked at this screen, you might see something that I am not. But like, yeah.
I see is O something U, some letter things on the wall.
No. It goes well, dandy. We are playing game and stuck at a wall.
I assume that you've looked at the alphabet to see if there are any letters that correspond with those marks.
Yeah. But they don't perfectly match. I tried typing in the letters that mostly would match. Dandy, I tried shadow dashing. It literally kills me. Even when I shadow dash, it still kills me. It's very rude. What if Shade Gates in Hollow Knight killed you if you didn't successfully dash through them? You know, that would be a much better mechanic. That's what I... That's true, you would need more shade gates. I can't tell if I'm supposed to, like, attempt to go through this when I, like... Okay, if I'm assuming this refers to the items that have those symbols. Like... It's supposed to be that symbol. Rude. Rude! I disagree, and I still don't know if the order matters or not. Okay. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree with this. This should not look like the language, first of all. That's... I disagree. This is what disagreeing looks like. It does look like the language. It looks exactly like the language. Languages can have fonts. They can have things where they look slightly different.
Bold.
Yeah, it's like a little bold, but it still looks like the language. What the fuck is this shit? What? Oh god, I don't want to fall in the pit. Okay, again, that's what a font is, though. Like something looking like it still looks like the language. I mean, that's why there are different fonts. Like the fact that we can write the English language in a font that is a 3x3 or a 3x5. Like things can be fonts. That's okay. Oh, what is this? Hello. Are you moi? Oh, that's a thing, Dandy. We've learned a lot about some sort of grand deity named moi. Oh.
I'm
Ah!
moi.
Are you moi? You... Is this infinitely generating? Oh, is it gonna infinitely generate on both sides? Is that gonna be how this works? Moi, Dandy, moi is a grand and some sort of great entity that we've... Actually, I guess we've met moi, right? Um, if my understanding of what I read was correctly, we actually did meet Mwah. Because we summoned them. We just didn't meet them in their home. I'm pretty sure you can do so you can do English alphabet in a 3x3 pattern. Um, it is preferable if you're doing stuff like more. You're not only using like 3 pixels by 3 pixels with 1 byte, like only on and off, like it'd be preferable to have like colors, but oh, hello. Hmm. I think all you gotta do is give the face a kiss. It's true. Also, hello, Lusaka. Lusoka? I don't know if it's Lusoka or Lusaka. At what point? At what point do we stop being able to leave? Oh, right there. Okay. Hello. What if we just stand here? Are you friendly? Nope. Pet that bird. Oh, you give him bird pets. Yes. Yes, bird pets. So many bird pets. He's like, why are you still petting me? Stop it. Hmm. Do we have to be like this the entire time we're here? Well... What? What?
It is time.
Hold on. What time? Have we ever seen a time that's important?
Did you not realize it was a clock?
I mean, I didn't until I was moving the thing. When it was just up and down, it looked kind of like a portal or something.
I was gonna make a joke about it being 12:30 earlier.
I mean, it looks like a clock once the hands move, but when they're perfectly vertical, I don't think it looks that much like a clock.
For me, the tick marks around the edge made it look like a clock.
Yeah, but that also looks like, you know, like a burst, like a sunburst.
I didn't feel it was time, but I don't know. It was obvious to me, so I didn't think I need to say it, I guess.
I mean, it was obvious that it's a clock once they moved, but again,
I didn't know you could move it.
Yeah, like I'm saying it was a clock then wouldn't have mattered. Like, I guess I don't really understand why, like, I don't know. Like, what I'm saying is this...
Zagreus, get your paw out from under there.
What I'm saying is this, to me, does not inherently look like a clock. This looks like it could be art with some sort of sunburst. And so, it didn't really matter. It wouldn't have really mattered that, like, that changes this. So why does this... Okay, oh god. Let's see. That... So are we looking for, like... I mean, I don't know if I want a specific... So, no items equipped. Oh. No items equipped is timeless? Does that affect this area? I don't know. So, like, what's interesting is most of these singular items are adding a consistent color. Is the blue... Oh yeah, 2 of them did change the colors. That's true. Okay, so this one's like a light blue. Yeah, some of them turned it orange, and some of them turned it, like, dark blue. Like this one. This is orange. This is very orange. That's blue.
I'm not going back for...
So there's only two that are different colors, right? So there's, this one I think is orange. Yeah, that one is orange. And then one of these is like a dark blue. Or maybe one is not dark blue? Did I miss-see that? Oh, the dark... Okay, if I have two... Is it orange plus something? No, it's just two. Any two does that. Oh! Oh! Oh, why you gotta do... Okay. Can we just translate... Like, let's... O-N... something Y. Only... Yeah. Only the... Knowledgeable? It's K-N-O-W-L-E-D-G... Yeah. Only the knowledgeable... O-N-E... Only the knowledgeable ones may... proceed. Only the knowledgeable ones may proceed. We've seen this exact text before. Ah! Okay. Only the knowledgeable ones may proceed. And then this is, T-H-A-D? That? No. That's not a T. What is that? Head. Head to the, S-T-A-N-D. Head to the stand?
Stained?
No, there's no I.
No.
Stand. Head to the stand and... enter? Yeah, head to the stand and enter the... Oh, heck, what is that letter? C? I think that's C. C-O... Yes, code. Head to the stand and enter the code. Wait, is this because... Have I already entered it, so I'm allowed to proceed? Is that what the plink did? Oh! Oh, maybe we've already done this. Okay. Oh, no, 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 wee! That was down, what, and then left, 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 I think? Oh, goodness gracious. That doesn't look good. Is that supposed to be a hint? Is this telling me to go up? Oh god, I thought it said left, left, left.
I call that the bribery
Oh.
test.
Oh,
Any further
it moved.
waterfall type secret.
Okay, adios, Dandy. Thanks for hanging out.
Okay, I'm actually gonna
I mostly only saw the left, so I mean... We'll see, Ooh. Oh, no. Oh, no.
yeah, I'll let you know that.
We might be stuck. Oh, no. We're not stuck? I probably don't want to have saved right there. That's probably a bad thing. But we did it. Okay. So we're back there. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, so the good news, like, the good thing about saving there is we can get back to that room by just dying. Oh, no! Why do you look like you've healed a bit? Or are you just... Maybe that was a good thing. Maybe we're slowly healing now. Isn't this the first room? Wasn't there a terminal up here?
It looks different. His
Yeah.
eyes are, because they were totally empty. They didn't have a breath.
Yeah.
This one's
Yeah, we are in the starting room. We're in the starting room, but it's like... Oh. Interesting, that's doing the slowdown. That's why there was a gap there. There's one of the circles. The circles must mean something, but I don't know what they mean. Oi. Is this the... Oh, yeah. Oh no, I think we've made negative progress. Oh no.
Expect you want him to not look gooey.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to be healing the face. Oh no, that's gotta be more negative progress, I assume.
vibration.
Probably don't want to save the negative progress.
And there's a growl.
Oh. Okay, now back in this room, he's looking awake again. What happens if we try and leave this room? Okay, that's a question. Oh. We did not leave the room. We're back in the same room. Okay. Oh no. Oh, we've completely reset. That's not good.
Let's see.
Okay. So I think we're trying to follow... I think we're trying to follow those, circles somehow. Down, left, left, up. Unless we're missing, like, another direction there, but... Let's try down, left, left, up. Down. Left. Hello, Goopy. Left. And then up. Okay, so up would match with what this direction is pointing to. So, then up again. Then left. Then left again. Then down. Then left. Aha! Excuse me. Well, minor spoilers, I guess, for a game in the Legend of Zelda series, but it's very similar to stuff that was done in Link's Awakening, I believe. Also, like the Oracle games, I think also had a similar puzzle in the thing you do after you combine both games.
I assumed this was the Lost Woods style thing.
No, that patterning thing, though, for directions, is what those games did specifically. Yeah, Lost Woods mazes has been in all of them. Like, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about those games specifically have a thing that has to do with responding to a pattern. Okay, not all, but I mean, like, they are a common Zelda trope. Like, a lot, possibly even most Zelda games have a Lost Woods equivalent. Well, I guess we can't do anything until we get through there. And that just says to go left, but left takes me there. Like... So, I think what we're going to need to do... That's probably one of those timer buttons. I mean, it looks like a timer button. So I think what we're going to need to do is press that button, and then very quickly get back to here. And I don't like that. I don't like that one bit.
Oh, what the hell?
Can we go the opposite direction? Is there a way to go right? No. What a very sad-looking face. Oh, terminal. Terminal, I want you. So, like, for this one, this circle is here. Oh!
I fucking hate that.
Okay.
I'll say it. This is
Okay, so this room... I didn't necessarily want to do that. Oh! That's W, a W-R-I, right? That's not G.
Which I realize is a me problem, right? I'm the one person who...
Isn't that T? Write the 3
And then there should be a passage.
in it. I-N-I...
It's right.
That's not a C. I always think it's a C. It's a T. Right, yeah. I-N-I-T-I...
This one.
A-L-S. Write the 3 initials of the N-A-M-E name. Write the 3 initials of the name at the... what letter is that? Let's see. T. T-O-L-D. At the told... Write the... So we're writing the 3 initials at the told S-P-O-T spot? At the told spot. Okay. Okay, we put the 3 initials at the told spot. What is the told spot? The 3 initials at the told spot. Ask not for whom the spot is told. Write the 3 initials at the told spot. We are getting dangerously cheesy on health. So I don't know if I can leave. Like we try to leave here. Will we leave? No. We probably just reset this or something. Like... Yeah, I think we just keep resetting this. So that's not a thing we can do. What was the old instructions? It was down and then left up, or down, left up. So let's go, let's try that from here. Down. Oh, we cannot go left from here. Oh. So much for following that. Like, I feel like going through this is supposed to be, like, a good thing. Like, if you go through that one, I feel like it's, I don't know, like, always good. It's probably not always good. Is this a save point? It is. I guess we'll save again and heal. Wow, that's also doing the little slowdown as though there was a hole there. Interesting. Hmm. Okay, that, you know, we'll take that path. That's fine. That takes me here. That little area goes to the terminal, which is the one that tells me to put initials in the spot. It says of the name. Is that supposed to be ESA? Am I supposed to type ESA into something? Is that the initials of the name? That probably is the initials of the name.
Yeah, that's...
There's no way that that's not the initials of the name, right? Okay, but what is the spot? We've been here. You. Data's cat, that's true. Okay, so that's pretty consistent. Takes me there. This is where the save point is. Can I go up from here? Yes. That takes me to this room.
I'll see you guys tomorrow and then.
Going left here doesn't do anything. I also suspect we're going to need to rebind keys again, which is kind of annoying. Like, part of me is wondering if maybe I should go rebind all of the movement keys to, like, numpad or something, and then I don't have to worry about my keys interrupting. But yeah, S notably does that. S pauses the game. So that's going to be an issue, I imagine. Yes, yes, I was saying S is bound to pause. I think that I bound it to that because, like, S for start. I don't remember if it was like that by default, but regardless, S is currently bound to pause. Like, regardless of why it's bound to pause. In my defense, I would not have had to rebind anything if the controller mode would have worked for me without issues. But controller mode notably had a ton of issues. Namely, in just, like, not really working. I'm pretty sure some of the inputs weren't
Had
working.
a lot of issues, namely.
Okay, we're gonna start, like, checking every path in there. Okay, can't leave there. Alright, is this the same room? I think so. So this should be the terminal. That's the terminal. Okay, so the only place... oh, right, because if I go right, then I go left, then I come up here. And this is a different room. So that's how I get to this room. What paths have I not gone to? Have I gone this way from this room? Maybe not, but I don't appear to be able to do anything from there. Is this the same room? Looks like it. This eye is centered. That eye looks kind of like it's looking at me. But we've been up before. Going up from there doesn't take us anywhere. Let's go this way? Question mark. That just takes us to the underside of here, which I don't think is any sort of progress. This is this room again. Okay, and that takes us there. Okay, this is like the first room. Now, can we leave? Okay, we can leave. We have left. Excellent. Oh, hello. Let's see. The E-L-E...
Element?
Hey. W? E-L-E-W. E-N... No, that's not W. W is an S shape. Is that V? The 11th? The 11th? The 11th. The 11th sign is on... Oh my god. Okay, I need to write this down. I don't think I necessarily need to open the translation doc. Like, at this point, I can read this mostly. Like, I've done enough of this that these I can work my way through these. I'm just gonna write it in my notepad file. Okay, the 11th, and then yeah, that's SIGN. The 11th sign is on the... what is this next word? Is on the... It's an SPO... A spot. It's on the spot. It's on the spot of... WHAT? It's on the spot of what was STO LEN stolen. Okay, so the 11th sign is on the spot of what was stolen.
What was stolen?
Yes, I do have 5 days off. You know, like every stream of this game that I've done for like the last 3 or 4, I've been like, oh, maybe we're finishing the game today. Oh, I'm never gonna be correct. It's gonna be like a year later. Like a year later, I'll be like, today we're doing our last ESA stream. We've put 600 hours into it, and we finally are in the 3-dimensional zone, where it's an N64 game. Okay. So what was stolen? Let's see. What is this? C8, no, TH. THIR. The 13th sign? What? 13th sign? Oh, God.
Rip my dick off.
Are you telling me I need to take notes of 13 or more things? Why? What is this? Okay, like, the 11th sign at first I thought was some sort of code thing. Not like there's 11 of these, but like, oh, the 11th sign. It's important. But, but like, what? But since this mentions the 13th sign, I'm beginning to think that there's a lot of signs. Okay, let's change this note I just made and number it so we'll have 13 notes, and then we'll put the clue to each one. Okay. Okay. So, let's see here. So, the 13th sign is on an, let's see, it's V E R over E A. What? Like, where does this? O V E R E. No, that's not E. No, that is E. That's not E. That's H. Overhang. Okay, the 13th sign is on an overhang. A B O above. A D V. A D V I advi. Let's see. Advice. Oh my god. Let me look at the letters. That letter I forgot again. Yes, that is C. Okay, I'm just being stupid. Okay, the 13th sign is on an overhang above advice to. Okay, the overhang is above advice to. It's B E to be. Advice to be P A T pat I patient.
Advice to be patient.
Advice to be patient. God, are we gonna have to backtrack to the whole game? Is this not in this area? Oh, an overhang above advice to be patient. Weren't we given advice to be patient for like the stars? Oh gosh. Oh goodness. Unless there's different advice to be patient. But the only advice to be patient I can think of is in the heat area, where there's the thing that's like, oh, you're gonna have to wait when you find the 2 star, like the different.
Jingers.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's write this down. The thing that's really gonna get me, since I'm not screenshotting these messages and like translating them with image stuff, is if I accidentally mistranslate something or skip something. Just gonna be screwed. Unlike that time where I skipped like a whole line or a word or whatever, and I realized it later. Oh, that'll be good. I wonder if I should be noting what times these are at? Like. Oh, God, maybe I should. So this would be both hands are there. So, like, this is like, what? 10. If we assume. We assume the hands are, like, instant, because they're always pointing to things. So this would be like 10:50. I don't know if that's gonna matter. The TEN 10th. The 10th sign. Okay, the 10th sign is at the. At the... That's what, C-I-R-C-U-L... Oh, circular... Okay. The circular window? Circular window... Is that the circular window 2? Yeah, T-O... To the V-A-S-T-N... What? What? Is that the circular window to the... V-A-S-T-N-E-S-S? Vastness? Vastness of... S-P-A-C-A... S-P-A-C... Space.
The vastness of space, huh?
Is the circular window to the vastness of space that broken dome? Wait, are we... Is there a whale there? Is there a whale in that room? Are we gonna, like, connect the dots on the whales? And we have to go in that order? Meh. Probably. It probably is gonna be... Yes, it refers to the hard drives to store this. You're right. Real quick, I should add... I added in my notes what the clock was, and I'm gonna add it for the other ones really quick. Okay, so this is 6, 7, 8, and that's 30, 35, 40. Right? Hold on. Yes. Yes, 30, 35. Yeah, those go by fives. Yes. Wait. There are not 12. Wait. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
There are 14 signs, huh?
Okay. Well. Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this was pointing here. Wait, but this wasn't the 10th sign. This... What? Does this not go in order then? The clue for this item was definitely not this... Like, not the 10th one. Because that's the one I just did, and the one I just did was the one that was pointing, like, up left. I cannot believe this. Okay, which one was this? Just really quick. This was 13th. Okay. So the one about 13th was, do we go like a clock where you start at 0? I guess we haven't found out if there's a 1 or a 0. But we'll start at 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the 10, pointing at number 10, was referencing the 13th. So then the one for the 10th sign was one that was 10, 11, 12, 13. What? Maybe where this is pointing doesn't matter. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, so like pointing here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And this is... This should have been the one that was talking about the 11th, right? Yeah, 11th. We'll still put these there. Maybe this order matters. I find it interesting. So this one, this one does act like a clock. Like it splits the hands. But it takes us to another realm. Okay, so this one, we have 1, 2, 3, I think that's 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. The first, F-I-R-S-T, yes. The first sign is at the, let's write this down. First sign is at the the center of a S, yeah, submerged. Yeah, submerged. Submerged a oh my god, area? No, arena. Okay, submerged arena has been what's used to reference that whole underwater sector like multiple times. So she's at the center of the underwater sector. Wait, are these where the locations of the items were? That's annoying I can't use the map. But, like... So, we got... Like, kind of the center of the submerged area is where that teleporter is that had an ability there. I don't remember what ability it was. But, like, it did have an ability there. And, like, one of them was stolen. There was the stolen ability. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's 14 hands of the clock. There's the 14 abilities. Are these literally all telling us where the abilities were? Was there an ability at the circular window of the vastness of space? I don't know what ability that's referencing. Gosh, do I need to be oh, maybe my notes should be referencing what ability we are seeing with this. Okay, so the ability that we used to see that message was the rough map. And the rough map we got in the acid pool. Does it matter? It could. I'll be right back. I need to go use the restroom, so I will be back in like 1 minute. Okay, I am back. I do feel like maybe on these I should note which item I like, which item is telling me, like which one I have selected to tell me this clue. So what I'll do, in my notes, I'm gonna put a little parentheses that which item I had selected to get the clue. And then if I'm right and these are all are pointing to items I got, then I'll put that in like brackets or something. Which one was this? So this one was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13 is that one. Okay. So this one 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. We've noted this. So, like, yeah, this just adds to it. So, like, the item that tells me about the 11th sign is on the spot of what was stolen is Dash X. Dash X is not the one that was stolen. The one that was stolen is Supercharge. So, like, none of these match with anything. This is so weird. Okay, so Dash Booster V is 13. Wait. 1, 2... No, 14. 14 based on how I'm numbering this. The 9th sign is NEA nearby. Nearby on A. Okay, nearby on a POIN pointed. No, point. Oh, it is pointed, yes. On a pointed pillar. NE. I don't think I've seen that character. That must be X. Next to X. If I have seen it, I didn't note it, but yeah, that's okay. Well, let's add that really quick to my thing. Okay, there we go. Okay, pointed pillar next to. That's A. L, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. A, L. Almost. Next to almost. CH. R? That's C, right? CH. No, that's not H. H is the 3. Okay, it's C, E. Certain death? D-E-A-T-H?
Certain death.
Almost certain death. How is anything nearby? Like, what do you mean it's nearby? Like, do you mean it's in this realm? Or do you mean... I don't understand. Alright, so key card is 9. Let's see what it is. The final. The final sign. So this is 14. Alright, the final sign is at A-N-C...
At an ancient.
Oh, yeah. At an ancient ruins. It's gonna be C-O-V covered? C-O-V-E-R-E-D. Covered by... that's what? G, I think? G... G-E...
Gears.
No, there's no R. What? Covered by... Is that not E? Okay, that's not E.
Is it an R?
No, it's not an R. That's, the hell letter is that? That's, God, I hate it when I have to reference letters. I feel like I don't need to reference them very often. Glass. Covered by glass. In ancient ruins covered by glass. Let's see. The 7th. S-E-V-E-N-T-H. Yes. The 7th sign is at the B-O... T-T, bottom? The seventh sign is at the bottom of the W-O-R. World. Yeah, the seventh sign is at the bottom of the world. Alright. That is 3. 1, 2, 3. This is dash H. Yeah, H dash can screw everything, it's true. You know, I realize now that this whole area is, like, silent. I could probably, like, put on... I have taken a single bathroom break, like, since I've been doing this part. Anyway, I was gonna say I could put on, like, some music. Put on, like, some Baba's You music or something. I mean, I can turn on TTS bot while doing this. Since I haven't had TTS bot during this game, I wasn't going to. But I think I'll turn on Baba Is You music, because that seems like it'd be fun background music to have while I'm doing this, because I still have, like, a bunch of these to do. Alright, let's see here. Alright. The sixth. The sixth sign is in a... Alright. 6 is number. The sixth sign is in a mass of SA and sand. On a PLA plant. That is L, right? Sign is on a... Yeah. It's on a plant. is on a plant under SI under siege. On a plant under siege? But how is a plant under siege? What? On a plant under siege?
Planet?
No, on a... Okay, hold on. Massive sand, S-A-N-D, on, O-N-A-P-L-A-N-T, plant, U-N-D-E-R, under, S-I-E-G-E, siege. Plant under siege. They're on month 3 of playing it. Oh my gosh, Plant vs. Zombies. Maybe that's where the rest of the game is. It's in Plants vs. Zombies. Alright, charge shot. Charge shot is 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, that's F, the fifth. The fifth sign is hidden away. So hidden away, A, B, O, above A. Above A, it's V, V-E, R, vertical, V-E-R-T-I-C-A-L, yes. Above A, vertical, P-O-W,
Power?
no, P. But it is power. Above a vertical power. Propeller! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The F-O-U fourth. The fourth sign is on A, L-E, ledge. Is on a ledge over W-A-T, water. over water, under a G L. I'm pretty sure it's L. Glass dome. What? Someone else started streaming ESA and stopped. How rude. It would be funny if, is it Hempuli? If when they stream their development streams, they did it under ESA. Oh, he did change. Oh, wow, that was literally it. Very good. Well, we'll see how long. We'll see how long Hempuli streams. We'll see how long I stream. I might break today up into two things. Like I might stream for like another 45 minutes, or like finish this and then stop and then come back like in a couple hours. That might be a good idea, so that like I can go make food and stuff. Alright, teleport is 1, 2, well, we know this is 8. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, the 12th? T-W-E-L? Yeah, 12th. The 12th sign is where is where E-A-G Eagles? E-A-G-L-E-S is where eagles dare? What? That says Eagles Dare, right? That's E-A-G-L-E-S. That's a D-A-R-E. Why Eagles Dare? Alright, hookshot is 876. The third sign is on... Alright. The third sign is on... it's M... E... Metal? Is on metal at the... F-I-R-S-T at the first... S-T-A... Isn't that P? Hold on. S-T-A-P-S? No, that's not right. That's not an A. Steps. Okay. Solid metal at the first steps. On the B-O-A... No, R-O-A, the road. On the road, O-N-E, one can. Never C-O-M-P... I hate this letter. Every time I see this letter. Is that L? Yes. C-O-M-P-L-E-T... Complete? One can never complete, what? Yeah, like, I know this is not as visually interesting because, like, I'm typing this into a notepad file. I'm not doing translating because, like, these are one-off messages. Like, it doesn't seem like it's necessary to try and... It doesn't seem like it's important to screenshot them, and I'm not, like... I don't really have the image file up anymore because, for the most part, I can just read it. Just slow reading. Okay, jump booster. Jump booster is 7. Alright. What is this? Second? The second sign stands in stands in front of a... front of a C-R-E-A creature. A creature, L-O-N-G, long. Is that forgotten? F-O-R-G-O-T-T-E-N, yeah. Okay, so the that is all of the abilities. That is all of the clock faces, so to speak. Now that's interesting. That's interesting to me that, like, this combination of these puts it back into that spot. Alright, adios. Have a good time, Lorgan. Thanks for hanging out. Why is it over there? Hold up! Why is it over there? This combination of things put it on the left. Why is it on the right now? Oh. What? Okay, so every time I come back, it's not the same. It's... Okay, I guess that's not reloading the room. That's the same, like this actually reloads the room. That's bizarre. But all abilities always does this. So it seems to randomly calculate for other things. But all abilities will always do this one. That's... I don't know how I feel about this. So the sign that we were not given a clue to is sign number 8. Which obviously is the one because, it's a plasma field. It's the one that brings us into the other area. So... I kind of think... Let's save really quick. I would like to be able to use the map. So I need to leave to use the map. How many of these are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's a space. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Interesting. Which means if you count the space, there's like 14 slots here. I did note the whales here, right? 2600. Oh yeah, there is music again, that's a thing. I had not noted that there were whales here, so I fixed that. Hello, buddy. I don't like that you follow me into this room. I don't know why I went this far. I wanted to see the map. I didn't lead them anywhere. They followed me from their own, like, desire. So here's the question. Are the signs, the 14 signs that line up with the 14 items, is it that the item, like the symbols of the item is the sign? Because you can make those in like the... I guess they can't all be made in a 3x3, can they? Like propeller upgrade. What's propeller upgrade symbol? I guess it kind of can. It's a cross.
That's what it meant. Sir, the signs. Oh,
what?
The sign on the wall that looked like letters. They're the... Oh.
Yeah. That's how we got past the thing.
Yeah, well, I take some time to catch up.
Oh. Anyway. So... they're those, like... the first sign is at the center of a submerged area. Well, the center of the submerged area is where we got plasma field. The second sign is in front of a creature long forgotten. Problem is, I don't know what the creature long... like, that's not really helpful to me. That could be... any boss, basically. Third sign is on metal at the first steps of the road one can never complete. See, like, what road can you never complete? What's the next one? Fourth is on a ledge over water under a glass dome. So, like, there's another one where I'm a little curious. Like, glass dome feels like it should be referring to the only, like, big glass dome you see in the game, really. But, like, it could be other glass domes. On a ledge over water under a glass dome. So, like, probably not that. If it's not that, wasn't one of the dashes dash vertical? Was this, like, underwater? No, not that one. I guess there wasn't an ability right there. Hidden away above a vertical power. So where do we get V dash? That's a question. So that's yellow key card. Supercharge. Was V dash the one I was just looking at a minute ago? Yeah, this was V dash. Above a vertical power. Okay, well, not you. But you. You were like a vertical boss. Heat resistant suit is above you, technically. I don't know. I don't know if this is I don't know if I'm really on to anything with this. This seems like not it. Let's go to the teleport area. Center of the submerged area. Like, let's just go back in this room. So this is the center of the submerged area. Like, there was an ability here. The ability that was here is plasma field. And plasma field can be easily represented. I guess we'll just note, just in case it matters, we'll note in brackets that this is where plasma field was. The problem is not all of these seem like they are referencing, like, where an item was. Some of them do, but not all of them. So, like, where eagles dare. Okay, there's a thing. We only know of one eagle. We know of the eagle that's, like, up here. Which, of course, it's not on the map. That'd be too easy. But, like, what does it mean, where eagles dare? Like, that just doesn't even make sense.
That line where angels fear to tread, which doesn't seem applicable.
Yeah. Like, if there was some notable flying area, that'd be one thing. Does it mean the ship? Like, oh, you'll be in spaceship. The question, though, like, regardless of the signs, what's the point of the signs? Like, what would it matter that we know all the signs? You know? Has this always been here? This, like, corpse? Probably, I just don't remember it. Why are you here? Wait, I don't remember you being here. I don't think we got an ability from here. No. We didn't get an ability from where the eagle was. What was that sound I heard? It sounded like a big sound. AP! Ooh. ESA is, it's going. We've learned some more, and I don't know what to do with this knowledge. I've learned about the signs. The 14 signs. But I don't really know what to do with the knowledge of the 14 signs. Yeah, like, I wrote down the information for all of them except for 8, since 8 we don't get the information to. I didn't see anywhere in the, like, bizarre, giant Lost Woods rooms to do anything extra. Like, there's a switch somewhere. Somewhere I need to do a switch. And then go through that room probably quickly to get to the other side. But I never found a way to press that switch. Kurt, you listen. I went to the Eagle, Kurt. I'll go back to the Eagle.
Back to the Eagle.
Yes, one of the hints for the 14 signs is where eagles fly, but like, there's nothing at the Eagle. Okay, we learned to, like, translate here, but, like, I don't think that's the sign. Like, that's not an ability, unlike the other ability. Like, is it an ability? Yes, but I don't see how that could be interpreted as one of the signs. What did I learn to do before I started transcribing all the hints? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean just, like, changing my stuff? You know what's kind of interesting, just while I'm toggling these on and off? It's kind of interesting to me that, like, when they're toggled off, they almost look like different shapes. I don't know if they technically, like, for example, Dash Booster X. So the little 3x3 shape in it is like a cross, but when you turn this on, like, a point comes in the center. Like, I don't know. Kurt, I mean, the thing that I was worried about... I feel like maybe you think that I was referring to something else. Like... The thing that I was worried about was, that I needed to go fight that one boss. That is the reason I still have the pink bubble. Unless you're talking about something else, but that's the other thing, like, that's the only other thing I can think of. It is my pink orb. Yes, so stylin'. I can't think of anything else I was, like, worried about today. I was worried I would need to go fight that boss. I'm not worried about translating things, so it wouldn't have been that. There's not somewhere I need to go. I still don't know what the plink did. Like, we input a code, and I don't know what the code actually did. Although, for all I know, I already figured out what that code did, and I forgot again. But I don't think so. I think I don't know what that code did. There's also the other code spot where we don't know what to put in the code spot. That's the one here. What do you mean I'm at a spot now? Kurt, are you talking about the stupid torch things? Hold on, wait a second. Are you talking about these stupid pillars that I said I was gonna have to figure something out about at some point? Kurtimus. Is that what these spots have in common? You finally got to see what the letter X is. Yes. Yeah, I think X is one of... Let's see. I never wrote down Q or J. I know that I have Q and J. Here, actually. This is a paint doc. So, I know that I translated Q and J at some point, but I did not snip them out. Because we saw quickly. You know we could get them really quick. You have J. I'm fairly certain I have J. Long dark corridor, housing 3, shy monsters climb the second lit pillar. That's not one. Small piece, right above water. Okay, I don't see. Here's real quick. Okay, here's the Q. Let's go get the Q really quick. You didn't write the comma down. Yeah. Alright, there's Q. Z is a little rude. Why is Z a little rude? See, I feel like we've seen Z. Maybe I don't have it translated, like, maybe I don't have a screenshot of it. But I do feel like I've seen it. Stand, enter the code. Artwork. Knowledgeable. I mean, this is paint.net. It's just, it's just paint, but better. But yeah, this lets me at least do layers. So, like, honestly, Paint.net is basically Paint with the very bare minimum of extra features to let you do some nicer things. Okay, so Kerr, who is wanting solutions to happen with the clip. The clip is, I believe, just from the thumbnail, of me just reading that one dialogue, which was put in the title? Something in the spot. Put the initials into the spot. So this is where I'm gonna have an issue, though. I don't know if the spot is here. Oh! Oh! Hi, buddy.
Eagles fly, right?
That's a buddy. Okay, I didn't realize that's what counted as a spot. But also, that is really obnoxious. So I do have to press S twice. But at least I guess it's something I can do. I don't have to remap my controls so far. God, I don't like that eyeball is there. No, so if I unbind it, I have to rebind to something else. I have to go, like, change my Steam controls and stuff, too. And I'm lazy. That would require, like, 2 minutes worth of effort. And clearly, it'll still work. I just have to press S twice. Also, I cannot believe it really is ESA. Like, we just have to press ESA and stuff. That's very silly. I did consider not having the controller issues. It turns out I have to get good at life. I have considered being reborn as someone who does not have the issues. Okay. So if that... Do we just have to activate them? Who knows? That's the eagle one, though. Let's go mark on our notes. Eagle, 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 eagle. First sign's at the center of its emerge. Eagles. Eagle is like a late one, right? 12th. The 12th sign is eagles. Yeah, what, AP, I don't think you were here for it, but the one that did cause some issues, I don't know what the default controls are anymore. I don't know what all I remapped. But, where you have to enter the 4 letters, which I still don't know what that did. I still do not know what entering those letters did. It made a plink sound. But where you have to enter those letters, my A button is bound to jump. So even after I disabled abilities, because one of the letters is also what my dash button is, I had to go and unbind jumping. So I went and unbound jumping, well, I bound it to a different button, and then went back to the room only with dashes, so that I could enter the code without jumping off the platform. That was a thing. I've already taken advantage of what it did. I guess, because there's not really any way of me knowing what it did at this point, right? Like, my guess is that what the code did was let me go into one of those rooms in that area. But I don't know which room it would have let me go into. Like, I don't know if there's any way of me knowing what it did. Or it did one of those seals, like... Oh. Oh, is that like where those 4 dots are? Like the white maze has those, there's like the 4 dots at the entrance, so would those have blocked me? That wouldn't be the first time. I guess that you did say again. I was gonna say, it wouldn't be the first time it's happened this run. The first room after... Yeah, cool, because the first room after the clock, when you go in... I assume you mean when you have the clock set to orange. So, like, when you have the clock set to orange, and then you go through, and then you're in the maze. Like, that very first room in the maze, there's 4 dots at the very beginning of it. So I assume that those 4 dots are, like, solid objects at first. I don't know. That's gonna be my guess, though. I was just using them to know to leave. Oh, that whole area! Oh. So, like, you can't even enter any of it. Oh, that's interesting. Let's go check really quick. Be me 20 minutes ago saying, maybe I'll stop streaming for today. Or not today, but like for now and start again later. And then be me right now and be like, okay, but let's try some stuff again and keep streaming. A snippet of the text telling you to enter a code at the stand. Does that monitor vanish? Because that monitor's definitely not there for me, is it? I don't remember seeing that monitor at all. Or is that the monitor that's at the top of that room? Because I do remember that monitor, but I don't remember what that monitor says anymore. Were any of these... Yeah, that one. Okay. So that means these do not have to be where an item was. Were any of these in this room? Oh, you have to be standing like... Okay, that's a thing. Gosh, I don't like that that's right there. Okay, so thing we've learned. I do have to be standing, like, in some sort of proximity to the spot. Like, I don't know what the range is, but, Oh, whoops. Sorry. The stream should have been at the bottom right. It just was small. Or I guess I should say the game. Oh, did one of the birds? Yes, they did. That's been fixed. Yeah, for some reason, one of the cameras. I've had it. It's this camera. Oh, this wasn't the one that was frozen, though. Huh. This one is the one that is more prone to freezing. When they wiggle it. I've had it pretty safe from that for a long time. That's why it's been, like, kind of, like, low down. But, you know, it only works at certain angles, so... Or, like, not angle, but, like, if they're in certain places. Anyway. what I was saying a minute ago is that I've learned that I have to use the code within approximate, like, closeness to where it's supposed to be. Because I tried using the code over in that part of the room, and it didn't work. So, but maybe it's because, like, this area had to be on screen? I don't know.
Din din.
It is their din-din time. Or their lunch-din time. So let's see, which one was this? We want, like, a glass dome one, maybe? Fourth sign is on a ledge over water under a glass dome? Not that one. Bottom of world. Nearby and appointed, no. Circular window to the vastness of space? Probably that one. This is a circular window to the vastness of space. Oh, I should maybe be noting the room coordinates of these, too. That could be important. Okay, so this one's at 2600. We should go back and note the other one. Oh, right, can't go that way. Okay. Oh, because grapple. Right, I keep... Well, you need a certain grapple point, right? Maybe you can make it work anyway. Okay, we've noted those two coordinates. Oh, that just, like, destroyed the... Oh, because dashing does damage, too, doesn't it? Ancient ruins covered by... Oh, God, was that supposed... Ooh. Maybe that was supposed to be the final sign, which is ancient ruins covered by glass. As opposed to the one I just marked, which was, 10th sign at a circular window to the vastness of space. Too many of these are too similar! Okay, circular window to the vastness of space could be on the ship. Let's go check that. If it is on the ship, then I need to change that note. But that's, I mean, that's not like a big change. I just want to do it before I forget. Of course there's not a portal straight onto the ship. The ship is... this one... There's not, like, a good way to get to this portal, right? Like, you have to take this long way? I think? Do any of these go up? Yeah, I think you have to take a slow way. This way might be the quickest. Just, this is a slight detour. But... Ah! Okay, which one would this be? First sign, submerged. This is not submerged area. This is not creature long forgotten. I don't think this is road one can ever complete. Over... Ledge over water under glass dome. I don't think that's this one. Above a vertical power? Okay, yeah, dash... Okay, this was dash B. So it's that one. Above a vertical power. What, did Colette just post an announcement that she might be starting Outer Wilds?
Googly.
Kerr, I didn't forget about that one. I just didn't, I didn't see you ever backtracking. I did not, forget about that terminal. I would not have made that link, I don't think. At least not anytime soon. Like, I didn't consider the spot. Like, I thought the spot would be a singular location, not 14 locations. Like, I feel like the way it's written is not, what I interpreted that to mean. Hold on, I need to go confirm that I heard this correctly. Yeah, exactly. So that's Lorgan, also welcome back. But also, that's my point. It should have said spots. It should have been plural. Like, I sound like I'm angry. I'm not really, like, mad or anything. But I do think that was a bit obtuse.
You're not mad, you're just passionate.
Yeah, oh, what? May or may not have... Oh my gosh! I don't even know what, like, emote to, like, properly convey my excitement.
Googly. Because
I
thought
feel
that
like...
was fantastic.
I'm a selfie dumper. Yeah, I like clues. Like, I like when clues aren't just 100% on the nose. Like, I do like when clues are, like, a little more, like, subtle and they sound more like hints and things. But I feel like you have to be careful about whether or not something is misleading. And I think not using a plural in there was very misleading because it led, like, it leads one to think, one being me in this case, but it led me to think that, that there was a single spot I needed to type ESA into. Like, everything else made sense. You know, like, oh, the letters of the name or whatever. Like, it all clicked, except for the fact that I thought I was looking for a singular point. And that was not the case. Like I didn't connect that these 14 things were related to that one thing, because that one thing I thought was something like, to a single point. So anyway. Blah, 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 blah. I need to finish updating my notes. So vertical charge, vertical power was this one. We are at 1106. Nice. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and say it now. I'm very excited about the whole Colette starting Outer Wilds thing. Colette said she's going to be doing some food stuff first, but whenever Colette starts Outer Wilds, the stream's ending. We are going to Colette Outer Wilds time. I've been so looking forward to this for so long. And, We have a command for it. I'm going to be starting, if somebody doesn't beat me to it, there is a Discord server that is dedicated to watching people's first playthroughs of Outer Wilds. The way the server works is when somebody starts their playthrough, there's a command with a bot that that creates a dedicated channel for it and everything, and it shows you whether or not it's online and all this. So when Colette starts, we're going to be making a channel in that server for her playthrough, and I will probably link and pin it in my server. And I think Colette has already said that because she knows that server exists, so she's already said that if somebody wants to, they can post like a link to it, and I think she'll pin it or something. But yes, very excited for it. I wonder if we can preemptively make the channel. Now that I think about it, that's an idea. I'm not gonna do it right now because I'm streaming, but I bet there's no rule against preemptively making, and if she's about to start her playthrough tonight, I don't see why we couldn't make the channel now. Okay, back to notes. Before I had gotten distracted, we were on our way to the ship to go test if I mixed up 2 hints like I suspect I did. Okay, they need to currently be live. I wasn't sure. I know that, you need to, for it to turn on the channel and everything. I wasn't sure if you could start the channel ahead of time. Okay, that'll work. So, is this one of the rooms? Hold on. No. Okay. I'm wondering now, this whole time, I thought this eyeball referred to the antagonist of this game, the evil spirit watching us, keeping an eye on us. Especially because this eyeball really started watching us, after we interacted with the evil spirit, so I thought it was I'm keeping my eye more on you.
Yeah.
But what if this eyeball is not, in fact, the evil spirit? What if this eyeball is, a good spirit?
The evil spirit being the virus?
Yeah. Because the virus has some sort of spiritualness to it. It's not just a virus, but... don't know how I feel about rabid flash mob fans. So Lorgan, the interloper, which is the name of that server, has very strict rules about that, by the way. If you basically come in, if you use that server and you come into someone's fitting, I read the word fitting. If you come into someone's, stream from there and you, yeah, if you are, affecting the stream in this sort of negative way, really, the idea would be that you kind of, lurk. You can, you're allowed to interact with the stream, but, you're supposed to observe the stream and how it acts before you, really interact with it. You can say hi and stuff. But if you're caught, joining streams and, making a big presence and stuff, and really disrupting it, and well, it's not just spoiling.
I'm saying if they say not to.
Yeah, it's mostly it's if you're making it so that server is causing a raidy effect where it's really disruptive, you'll get banned from the server. The idea being that it's you should fit the thing, take some time to fit however that stream acts and stuff. don't disrupt things. What the hell? That's 2 eyes! It is very fast. Okay. Does this count as 2 eyes? What? Like, is this actually 2 symbols? None of the... Oh my god. I hate this. I hate that there's 2 eyes here. So this is either 2 eyes because 8 isn't listed, so this is also the 8th sign, or this is 2 eyes because 2 of these hints refer to this location. You know, I could set that up. I do have macros already set on my mouse, and I have, I think, 1 button still not set to doing anything. I have a, was it the Razer Trinity or whatever? Razer Naga Trinity. I have 12 buttons on the side of my mouse, and I think 1 of them is not set to anything, so I could set that button to type the entire B movie. I probably won't. There's a lot of buttons. It sounds like it would be overwhelming, but the way this mouse is designed, each button has like a different feeling. So like you can feel which button it is. Like I can like show it real quick. Okay, so I don't know how well you can see it, but like the buttons are grooved, so you can like feel like very easily which buttons. The only time it's ever confusing, like in all honesty, when I rest my finger, like my thumb, I'm usually resting it in this like group. So was it 1 2 5 1 2 4 5? Like I'm resting it there, so like I know that my thumb is there, and in relation to that, I know like which other ones I'm pressing. So it's honestly very comfortable. It seems like a lot of buttons. If you ever need a mouse, I do highly like recommend this mouse, because it comes with the Naga Trinity comes with 3 changeable plates, so you can actually set it to either be 2 buttons on the side, or 3 buttons on the side, or 12 buttons on the side. And did I say 3? I meant 6. It's 2. I think it's 2, 6, or 12. The 6-button version, which was like their original version of this mouse, is what I used to have. And I liked that a lot, and I thought that 12 buttons was going to be way too many for me. But then I was like, okay, we'll try the 12-button version first. And I was incredibly impressed at how easy it was to tell which button I was pressing. I mean, you could pick up the mouse. Well, I don't feel like switching scenes again, but, like, you can pick up the mouse without pressing the buttons. Oh, right. Before I get distracted yet again, I was trying to figure out what other one this could be referring to. I should really make a scene to show my notes as I edit them, but I don't really want to. You see my problem here? Do you ever accidentally press it? No. I don't know how you would accidentally press the buttons. I do sometimes press the button I don't mean to press. That's mostly only a case of 5 and 9. Button 5 and 8, which are the two center buttons. Because I have occasionally meant to press one and press the other instead. But, I mean, all the other ones are pretty easy to tell apart, like, just from feeling and muscle memory. So we're at 2420. Let's, notes. So we need to change vastness of space. That is actually, the vastness of space ones was the final sign, which was ancient ruins covered by glass. There. Gosh. What are the other clues here? On a ledge, over water, under a glass dome, no. Bottom of the world, no. And a mass of sand under. On a plant under siege. Oh god, that's what that room is for! Oh no! On a plant under siege is gonna be where that stupid sandworm is, with the room that doesn't mean anything normally. That room sucks. Whatever. Like, we knew that that room was going to be relevant at some point in time. Okay, I'm not sure what to do about there being two eyes here. I guess I just put a second X on my notes. How dare indeed. I agree. What I think is, I think this is going to count as 8. I think this is both 8 and 10. But since I don't 100% know that, I'm going to mark it in my notes as 2 at 10. Alright. So we're basically next to the water zone. I don't know where in the water zone we'd want to be, but... Ah! This was one!
Get in the zone! Water zone!
Yes, get in the zone! Water zone! I think it's funny that this is one. I don't even know which hint goes to here. Let's see, which ones do we not have listed? Center of a submerged area. I mean, we're not in the submerged area, probably not this. In front of a creature long forgotten, probably not that. First steps for road don't complete, new. Ledge over water under a glass dome. That's it. This is 7-Eleven. Whale. I think we have this whale marked. 7-12 we do. I guess let's go this way. Oh, that's a cool idea. So, like, so you have one cipher in the game that is a lot simpler than the main one, so players would learn the simpler one and then realize there's like a second thing going on. That's probably a very important idea, honestly. Okay, this was not it. Oof. Thought that was gonna be it. If that's not it, though, we need to figure out where it is. Center. The center of a submerged area. I guess. I was hoping that would be it. Okay, adios again, Lorgan. Problem is, I feel like a lot of places could be the center of this submerged area. Can we go this way? I don't... No, we can't. Okay. Alright. I didn't think it'd be that spot, because that's, like, not the center, but, like, I figured it was worth checking there before I did too much else. So we need to go this way. Is there ever a time where this green block being here is relevant? Like, I feel like this is here because you somehow could need it, but I don't see how you could ever need that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can get up there without the upgrade, but getting up there without the upgrade isn't very helpful because you can't get up there without the upgrade and hit one of those blocks to open it. Like you can't do all of that, so doesn't seem right. What? This one's got 4 eyes! How do I know that? That's way more eyes than it was supposed to have. That's so many eyes. It's an unhealthy number of eyes. Okay. Okay. So this should be... Yeah. I feel like this isn't really near the center, but, like, you know, whatever. Oh, submerged arena. You know what? It's because I did misremember it. I misremembered it as area. But, like, also, I'm pretty sure they've referred to the whole large zone as arena before, submerged arena. Maybe not. I don't know. That's what I remember. Okay. Notes are up to date. God, do I note that this has 4 eyes? I am gonna note that it has 4 eyes. Submerged. There we go. can't believe you have 4 eyes. Too many eyes. So then... Is this the quickest way back? No, I think this is the quicker way back. And I'm not just saying that because I don't want to go through and deal with the other stuff. It's true. You know, I was thinking about that as I was saying that earlier. Alright, gosh. I might, before I go hunt down the rest of these, I might actually save and quit for now. Because, I do want to go make food and stuff before Colette ends up starting streaming. Like, part of me is like, oh, I could go straight up until there, but even though it's probably gonna take a while before she starts playing, I don't know if I want to go hunt down things right now. But I will continue hunting down things either tonight or tomorrow. It depends on how long Colette plays Outer Wilds, probably. Yeah. Let's go. Where do I wanna end? Oh, you know what? I wanna end here again. A nice safe zone next to a teleporter. Who is streaming right now? Is Hempuli still streaming? That's the question. Oh! They are. Alright, so yes, going to head over, we'll peek at Hempuli. Probably not stay very long, because, I don't know what he shows in the development stuff for ESA 2, but I would feel real bad if I actually got spoiled on something. So be very, very brief, but thanks for hanging out, everybody, and yeah, I'll probably be probably back tomorrow for a couple hours in the day. I have errands to do in the morning, and then people may be coming over in the evening. So, we shall see. If I'm not back tomorrow, though, then the days after that, it definitely will be. But take care. Everyone should go watch Colette's Outer Wilds when it starts in probably, like, within the next hour or two. Thanks for hanging out.